Hello, hello, hello. We are live. Welcome in, Hector. I got your objection, so I went live. You objected to me being offline, so I went live. And here we are. Welcome to the stream, Max. How are you doing? Max, I saw you beat a certain scaleless sort last night. You almost finished this yesterday, but you fucked up a save? What happened? Did you, like, you overwrote your save or something? Or, like, did you forget to save, or what happened? Oh, you saved on a game over dialogue. So, what, you have to, So, like, what, you have to restart from the beginning now? You beat the scaleless sort and the sad sort? Yeah, I saw you message me the other one, so I assumed you beat that one. That one's not too strong. Max, you did finish the DLC, though, right? So you got a special cutscene, right? Or, no? Ah, you had to start from chapter start. That's insane. Is chapter start, Hector, like the start of a new day, or like from the start of the entire case? Because honestly, Hector, I don't think your ass is ever beating it if it puts you at the very beginning. You didn't get a special cutscene. Max, did you meet Sif in the DLC? Oh, start of the day? Okay. I mean, I don't know, Hector. We might beat it here today, so I don't know. If you're trying to avoid the spoilers, you might have to step out when we catch up. You did meet Sif? You should have gotten the cutscene then. The special cutscene is Sif, like, he like sniffs you before he starts to fight and shit. Like he'll come up to you and like sniff you before, like, grabbing the sword all sad, like. You did get that? Okay. Yeah, normally, Max, he'll just pull the sword on you, and he'll be, like, aggressive sort. But yeah, that's the special cutscene, is that he walks up and he, like, sniffs you and shit, and he, like, recognizes it's you. Also, Max, I don't know if you noticed this, because, I don't know, you might not notice it. You might not notice it. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Nick. You might not notice it if you just were playing to win. Oh, misclick. I thought you just did that because we were talking about Dark Souls. But yeah, the what's it called? If you get Sif to like a tiny bit of health, Max, and let him live, he'll start limping around, and on a lot of his attacks, he'll like swing his sword and fall over. I don't know if you noticed that, but I saw it. Was so sad. Dude, I remember when I did the stream of that, I literally, like, I got him down to, like, no health, and I was just walking away from him, and he kept on falling over. My two most used emotes. Hi, silly, and bye! And they're both the same emote, aren't they? Oh, bye is when you're scared? Okay. Yeah, you're scared because I'm leaving, right? But yeah, Max, you should be really close to the end, I think. Make sure, if you're gonna fight Calamite, Max, make sure you do it. Or if you have any bosses you want to finish, Max, make sure you do it before you beat the game. Because Dark Souls 1 will throw you instantly into New Game Plus. There is no option. You will be in New Game Plus if you beat the game. Yeah, okay. Max, are you following a guide or something? How do you know their name already? I wonder how Max knows their name. Oh, the guy said their name? Okay. The attentive sort. I see. Likely cheater afoot? No, he's just the attentive sort. And I appreciate that. But Max, there is... If you haven't done Calamite, I would recommend doing Calamite. By the way, you can cut his tail off for a weapon, smile. Oh, Max, did you cut off Cease's tail for cat chest moment or no? You grabbed the walkthrough to catch up to where you were in the trial after losing progress? Yeah, that's rough, Hector. That's rough. Calamite? More like beating my meat. Okay, buddy. Okay, Surely One Gaming. Ah, you didn't? If you cut off Cease's tail, you get the Moonlight Greatsword, Max. And that's the cat chest moment. It's alright, it's a magic weapon. You probably couldn't use it unless you're going for magic. But it is a neat little thing. Oh! Max, actually, you know what, Max? Max, you and me need to have a little talk. There's probably a whole 2 areas that you haven't been to, I don't think. I think. Now that I think about it. And one of them has a pretty cool boss. One of them is a pretty cool area, entirely. Max, have you been to the Painted World? Yeah, Ted, that's what I'm worried about, Ted. Ted, that's what I'm thinking. Mario 64? Exactly. Max, did you play Mario 64 yet, or what? You think you have an idea of how to get there? Well, Max, you do need an item to get there. And to get that item... Well, I don't know if you have the item. Maybe you already got it. But to get to the item, you also have to go to another area that's a little well hidden. Also, there is a boss. There is an optional boss in Honor Londo. Is Max trying to do all bosses? I don't know. That's up to Max. But there is an optional boss in Honor Londo. I wish the ring had Mario 64. Yeah, Ted, that's the hardest one, I would say, to get to. If you don't know. Hector, do you want me to say it, or do you want that shit to be a mystery? But yeah, Nick, the Dark Souls 1 and 3 both have Mario 64, so... Honestly, I kind of thought Elden Ring would go in the same direction at some point too, but... But yeah, I'm trying to think. I think the only bosses Max has left is... the one in the Painted World. I didn't know Dark Souls 3 was Mario 64. It's alright, Ted. It's like not really a spoiler. But... I mean, the one of the DLCs is literally called the Painted World of Ariamis. I don't know, that is usually kind of like a telltale sign, but... Hector, let's just say if you cut off the tail, it'll be bat chest and cat chestable. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Are there any other bosses? Well, Max, there is the double Sanctuary Guardian if you haven't done that fight either. If you return to the Sanctuary Guardian's boss fight, there is 2 of them as a single boss fight. Hold on, let me just, like, pull this up real quick. No, Ted, the Painted World in Dark Souls 1 is not Ariamis's. Or either that or I messed up the name of the Dark Souls 3 one. Oh, sorry, Ariamis is Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 3, it's the Painted World of Ariandel. My bad. That's on me. Oh, you beat Gwendolyn, Max? Nice. Gwendolyn is a very cool boss fight. How'd you get to Gwendolyn? It was cool and easy. Yeah, I just really liked like it's not like a hard boss fight, but I think it's like a very like cool one because it's just like I don't know, it's just like a secret ass mysterious area. Oh hell nah! Max got really angry. That is really funny. That is really funny, Max. So Max, there is a way to get the boss fight without doing that, and it also allows you to get a certain covenant. It allows you to become the ops, but you do need a certain item to do it otherwise. What? Yeah, don't worry about it, Hector. Don't worry about it. I'm looking at the bosses right now. I'm seeing if there's any Max could have missed. Max, did you fight the stray demon? Yeah, Max, they were talking about our boobies. Come on, Max. They were talking about our boobies. You did fight Stray Demon? Oh, then you should... Okay, last night you fought Stray Demon? Then you should have everything you need. Hopefully, assuming you explored the area, you should have everything you need to get to the Painted World. And then there should be one boss there. Then you have the 4 kings, like you said. And then you should be good to beat the game, I think. Unless you want to do Calamite, and the 2 Sanctuary Guardians. It should just be Calamite and the 2 Sanctuaries after that. So, you know of all the bosses. And just so you know, the boss in the Painted World, Max, will be friendly. So you are going to have to be the aggressor. Just so you know. And there's a tail cut. If you're goated, you get the tail cut right when you're, She's also standing in the boss room, so it's not like you'll miss it. That's true. Gee, flirt. Okay, buddy. Max killed the boobies, but he won't, but he's too scared to fight a woman. But yeah, no, so Max, you have, like, Calamite. I like the double Sanctuary Guardian fight. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. So you have, like, Calamite, the Painted World, 4 kings, final boss, I think. So you have, like, 4 bosses. Remember when I did that boss and she was like, kill yourself, and 3 times in a row I went, yes, ma'am? Yes, I do remember that. I'll kill a woman, but not fight a woman in Minecraft anyway. Okay, buddy. Here, let's boot up some Ace Attorney. Let's play some Ace Attorney. How long is Valkyria Chronicles 1? I don't know, I'd have to check my playtime, which is on Switch. I want to say 20 to 30 hours. Depends on if you want to do all the side missions. It depends on how much you want, to be honest. I would say 20 to 30, though, is probably around what I played. But I could check it when I get on my Switch. When is Space Attorney? Dark Souls 1 is peak, one of my favorite games I played this year. Max is gonna say that next year. Max, it's gonna be like January 1st. Max is gonna be like, yeah, Cameron, Dark Souls 1 is my favorite game I've played this year. Smile. Anyway, guys, I know the New Year's coming up. Guys, I haven't showered since last year. Eh? Anyone? Um, I'm trying to finish before the year ends, because then it would be a happy new year if you don't have to play Dark Souls 1 anymore. Cameron, it's still 2023. Max, my statement's still true. I'm trying to get my checklist down before Infinite Wealth pulls up. Actually, you better try to get your Infinite Wealth up, so you can buy Tekken and Infinite Wealth at the same time. So you better be working towards your Infinite Wealth. Nick signed his present to me on Steam as the BBC. I didn't know he was a fan of English television like that. Oh yeah, P3 Reloaded is also coming up. Fuck. Yeah, dude, January is like awful. Well, like not awful, but like it's awful in like there's gonna be a bunch of shit to buy way. I bought Grand Blue, so I won't be buying Tekken. Literally like one of the worst trade deals I've ever heard in the history of trade deals, maybe ever. Especially when you can just play for free. Come on. Wasn't Grand Blue free? It's free if you want 4 characters that rotate weekly. Yeah, January through February, that 1 week, yeah. Hold on. Since we haven't started, I'm gonna grab my Switch. I'll check Valkyria. Oh, Ted. Ted, by the way, Ted, did you check what I got you? Ted, did you see your Steam gifts? I'm assuming you did. You just said you saw, Nick's, one to you. You did, Ted? So thoughts? Is it ass or is it peak? Let me see my playtime. Let me see. Where is my playtime? How do I check my playtime? Do I just go to the game and then like hit plus on it? Let's see. Okay, let me boot up the game, then it'll show. Oh no, I don't have it downloaded. Look, how do you check your gameplay or your game time? You can't? No, you can. Because it says like played for blank hours or more, but like it's not a game I played recently. Or really, like, can I not check it by scrolling? Come on, there's got to be a way, guys. If there's a will, there's a way, right? Okay, I don't know. I guess there is no way. Wait, data management? No, probably not. Oh god, Chef Man. Okay, let me put my Switch away and I'll get Nintendo Boy. Alright, boys, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm here. Hey everyone, have no fear, Nintendo Boy is here. What's it called? Why is Cameron gonna be right back if Nintendo Boy was summoned? Yeah, I don't know what he was talking about. That was strange. That was strange. On Christmas weekend, I stared at the Grand Blue Fantasy Versus store page each day for like 2 hours, so I just bought it. Throwing on the pile of heartfelt presents Cameron got for me that I will never play. That sounds about right. But yeah, I have no idea what the, what's it called? I have no idea what his playtime is on Valkyria Chronicles 1. I would say 20 to 40, maybe. I don't know. I just like... I don't want to say 20 to 30, and that's like much longer. But I don't actually 100% remember. And it's not going to let me, and I have to download it to check the playtime, so... Yeah, well, Ted, you know, the thing is that, it'll be another Fire Emblem scenario where you quit halfway through. But also, so I got Hector, or I should say Cameron got Hector, with, he used my money, you know. You know that guy, I can't trust that guy. He got Hector Valkyria Chronicles 4, but Hector got Valkyria Chronicles 1 for himself on Switch. So now you guys can have a little book club when you guys play together. Well, like, not like together, but you guys can play and then, like, be like, hee hee, what happened? Bap! Blame Twitch pop-ups for telling me I could do that. Jeffman hates Ace Attorney and doesn't want us to start. Why is camera... Yeah, okay, sorry, that one. Guys, the court mandate I start going to AA meetings. So cool that they would ask me to watch Cameron stream this game. Yeah, that is very cool. But now you're watching me stream this game instead of Cameron, so I don't know, are they okay with that, Ted? Hey Ted, that chapter was cool. Which one are you on, Ted? Yeah, so-called free thinkers? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should just finish P3 Fez? No. You could just play Valkyria Chronicles, it'll be chill. I mean, I know the first one is definitely shorter than 4, I feel. But I think both of them are fairly short. Like, they're not like 100 hours, that's for sure. Yesterday, or you were talking to your parents about a wrestling in a small restaurant yesterday, and I was talking too loudly, so the owner turned up the music really loud to drown me out. Well, it sounds like you deserved it. How will I watch the Surely 1 P3R stream if I don't finish P3? You just go to twitch.tv/ReliefMs1 and then you use your eyeballs to watch it. That's how I would probably do it. You know, you just look at the screen and then you're watching it. It's that simple. You don't need to finish P3. You can just look at it. You can just use your eyeballs. Anyway, I know a thing or two about investigating crime, so I think I got this under control. Don't worry, you know, I'm a big fan. I've been keeping up with the Surely 1 streams, you know, at work, so I know exactly where he left off. I think Chefman requested Nintendo Boy, not Captain Obvious. Okay, buddy. Listen, we might have to dispense some justice in the chat room today. That's all I'm saying. So let's see. If I were a criminal, I would be in the detention center because they did a crime, right? And where do criminals go if not the detention center? Looks like they're questioning Lana again. I guess we're not the only ones who want to question her. Well, since we come all the way, why don't we go see Mr. Meekins? Let's not and say we did. I'd rather come back and do that later. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. Katamari reference, true! It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Whatever happens, happens, if you know what I mean. Hector, I know what you mean. Something fishy. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with a broken tip? That was Joe Dark's and all. Or that was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Something was fishy. Gumshoe and his fishing pole. True. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. I was standing up and thought this said Capcom obvious. That's what I'm calling Tommy. Wait till Ted finds out about Captain Commando. The real Capcom. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Ted, I don't know who that is, but yeah, the murder guy from the original case is Joe Dark. I usually call Tommy Cameron's boyfriend, but to each their own. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. Oh, you want me to go? Joe Dariel! That's gonna be Chef Man. That's gonna be Chef Man when he boots up Pyre that I got him for, or that, well, you know, like I said, it was my money, but Cameron got it for him. But yeah, and then Chef Man's gonna boot up Pyre and go, Joe Dariel! I had just made detective when he went down. It was our first case together. How old is he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. You think Marshall would have played Overwatch? No, Hector, that shit's too confusing. He said so himself. Like, he doesn't even know how a computer works. He doesn't even know how fingerprint scanners work. I don't think his ass would be on a computer. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Yo, what's up? What's the deal, Nick? What's the problem? You see Cowboy though and go, wee doggy. Yeah, but I don't know, Hector. I don't know. Did Cam have to go to the bathroom? No, he called me up. Chef Man redeemed he requested me. Chef Man specifically requested me. So here I am. I called him force with what? With what? Chef Man? You've got some explaining to do. Average Rurouni Kenshin fan? Oh. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning. Oh, huh. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so that the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. ASMR sound effects round for when Meekin's megaphone pulls up? That could go viral. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Yeah, well, Nick, that's up to my own discretion. We'll see how that goes. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted, and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough to not be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret? It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Tonight, when we're playing Starbound. Oh, well, Nick, as you see, I'm actually a big Shorely 1 fan. I actually been watching the streams at work. So I'm already all caught up. I figure, this is kind of already what I do as a superhero, sort of. Nintendo Boy works. Well, maybe not a traditional job, but I gotta dispense justice, you know what I'm saying? As a hero. So, I've been watching the case. I thought it might help me with my superhero training a little bit, you know what I mean? So I was I was definitely tuned in. I just couldn't type a lot because sometimes I'd have my phone in one hand and I'd be battling criminals with the other. So it would have been a little hard to type and hold the phone with one hand while fighting off the rest of the criminals. You know what I mean? So do you have your own luminal fluid? No, I don't. Maybe Emma could get me some? She said she orders it off the internet. So no Baldur's Gate? Chef man, you think everyone's actually gonna play Starbound tonight? The chances seem very slim. It's not JJK Thursday? See, look, Hector's already trying to make up fake events that are gonna happen tonight instead of Starbound because Hector hates that shit, and he also hates making plans with his friends and doing stuff with his friends. So Hector will come up with every other plan imaginable so that no plans happen. Wait, Nintendo Boy. Cameron made a tweet that said retweet if you like men or. Do you know what the other option was? Because I already retweeted. Oh, don't worry, Max. I think, I'm not quite sure what he meant, but maybe if you comment or what on it, maybe he'll let you know. I don't know what's going on in that head of his, but it's a good thing you retweeted it already. That is a good thing you retweeted it already. Me finishing Ace Attorney tonight, la 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 la. Exactly. See, guys, we can't. This is why we can't have plans, because JJK Thursday and Starbound Thursday are not real. The only thing that's real is me and Chefman are gonna play Baldur's Gate every day for the rest of our lives, because no one else loves us and no one else is online every single day to play games with their friends except for me and Chefman, and we're not even friends. Wait, what about Dark Souls 3? Hey, you said that was so next year. And then don't forget. Guys, don't forget. Don't forget, guys. Then we have tomorrow. And you know what tomorrow is? Tomorrow's Freyrin Friday. But who's ready for Hector to come up with some dumbass excuse on why he can't watch Freyrin tomorrow night? Who's ready for that? I'm still waiting for manga quiz? Oh, well, I'm still waiting for us to catch up on Freyrin, Hector. Ever think about that? Or you only think about yourself, huh? FMAB Friday? Max. It's Freyrin Friday. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. I thought Nick and Chelsea had to find the One Piece. I thought One Piece Fridays were cancelled this week. I thought One Piece Friday was not real this week. Yeah, Tyler is COVID style? Okay. Yeah, I remember that. So, all I'm saying, Freyrin Friday. During the holy days. Get it? Holy days? It's like holidays, but they're also holy? Wait, is RJ religious? Is that why you said holy days? Or are you just a little silly-pilled? Are you a silly-pilled little guy? I mean, I'm silly. You don't gotta tell me. Freyrin Friday, I know, right? Now I can't wait for Chelsea to tell Nick to do some inane bullshit tomorrow so that Freyrin Friday gets cancelled. Chelsea's gonna be like, hey Nick, can we go see The Boy and the Heron again? I think you'll understand it even better the second time around. I think you'll really understand what the boy was trying to say to the heron this time around. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Nah, I'm just kidding. Um, he is more religious than us, I'd say. Not like crazy style. The crazy sort appears when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Oh, you saw The Boy and the Heron last night, Miss Witch? How was it? Did you like it? Oh, Nick, I don't know if you saw Nick, but in the Discord, Sunny saw The Boy and the Heron, and Sunny was like, I see why Nick said that movie was confusing, because we were talking to Sunny about it, and I was like, oh yeah, Nick and Chelsea saw it. I think Cameron said that, but I was like here, I was chilling in his room when he said that, so I remember hearing it. He's not Edward Elric, but he's also not the girl at the same time. There's a boy and there's a heron. What's there to be confused about? That's what I'm saying, Ted. It was real good. It is confusing, but it's good. That's cool. That's cool. The only thing I'm confused about is my boner when Robert Pattinson talks. Are you confused about that? And even that's not all that confusing. See, Ted, that's what I was about to say. You shouldn't have been confused. That's what I was gonna say. Is that really all that confusing? My friends got ticket for it in Japanese? Why, do you not like watching subs? Oh, you didn't get to hear him. Oh, yeah, okay, that's a good point. I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Switch. I'm sorry for your loss. Anyway, let's move in, boys. Oh wait, they said that we're not gonna be able to go inside, right? Nick isn't wired into Miyazaki's mind yet? Definitely not. Wait, your theater had a weird speaker issue, so everything was tin can style? Oh, that sucks. That sucks a lot. The gain on my mic is really loud right now, so I gotta mute my mic every time I'm gonna burp, because otherwise you guys are gonna hear something really scary. ASMR burps? Listen, it may happen. And you, if you guys are gonna be cat chesting, that's great. But, I don't know. I'm talking very quiet right now, and it's picking me up pretty loud, it seems like, so I don't know. If I burp, I think you're done for. The lighthouse? The lighthouse is not the shape of water, if that's what you're talking about. ASMR farts? No, ASMR burps. Did I say farts? I said burps. Grow up. You want to watch it again in English to hear Robbie Patty? Please, please, please. You guys want ASMR farts? I don't know about that, guys. I don't know about that. Oh, William Dafoe is in the movie? He's a pelican. Really? Indubitably. Farting on my neighbor's ASMR mic. Well, Nick could maybe do that if Nick was my neighbor. Waiter, waiter, ASMR farts, please. Can we get the SpongeBob begging gif as an emote? We could get rid of Surely One Roller Coaster. Surely One Roller Coaster was funny, but it's served its sentence, you know? It's lived its life to the fullest, which is not very full. If you guys want the SpongeBob begging, we could replace Surely One Roller Coaster with that. Or maybe we could get rid of Frank, but I feel like Roller Coasters, honestly, it fell off. Okay, Nick's bumping up the emote usage. But yeah, what are you guys thinking? Would you guys want Roller Coaster to die for Surely One Please? Or would you want... But Chelsea, if I use the shortened please, isn't that one usually used for dance emotes? I figure the begging gif would be on BTTV. I don't know. Maybe it would be, but... we could definitely, I could definitely replace, like, I don't know. I mean, thoughts, guys? Surely One Roller Coaster is kind of dead emo. It was funny for like the one week, but it fell off. We made it over the hump in the middle, you know, just like in the emote. We made it over that one hump in the middle, and now it's mid again. Oh wait, did you find it? Oh, okay. Yeah, if you guys want this, I can just upload this. There we go. Problem solved. I think it's enabled. I think. That was very fast. It's working for me. Hold on, let me refresh the chat on screen. There, now if you do it, it should show up on screen, I think. There we go. ASMR farts, please, 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 please. Okay, guys. I get the picture. This is fucking awesome. Is anyone else getting the urge to pop some tags right about now? Anyone else got $20 in their pocket? No one here today, not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. Oh, you, Max? You have $20 in your pocket? Well, Max, with that $20, you can gift sub. Because, guys, guess what? Starting today, gift subs are 25% off. Did you guys hear that? So you can gift 5 subs for the low price of $18.70. This is fucking awesome. Party rockers are in the house tonight. It's Party Rock is. Ma. Hector's fucking gooning. Chelsea caught me singing Party Rock in the shower the other day. I'd be like Fortnite Jam in there. Well, Nick, all I'm gonna say is be careful, because one day you're gonna be singing Party Rock in the shower, and you're just gonna hear the drum part of Butter Barn start playing when you least expect it. So you better be careful. You better be careful in there. Don't start a jam sesh if you're not ready for others to join in. Nick, do you think that could go on those epic TikToks you send me where it's like inspirational Fortnite quotes and it's like, don't start a jam session if you're not ready for like don't start a jam session you're not ready for others to join or some shit. Do you think that would go viral? Don't start a jam session you can't finish. Like, I don't know. Do you think that could go viral? They're running out of good Fortnite quotes. Well, see, this is why they need to come to the Shorely 1 stream. Is because I could supply them with plenty more. I could be like, with every victory royale. That's it. I have an iconic Fortnite quote like, retweet if you like men, or don't sing Gangnam Style without the emote. There you go. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one. They could have like depressing Fortnite quote 42. My life is like playing Fortnite festival drums on expert. Anyone else? Any getters? Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. So awesome. I mean, that's not what I was going for, but sure. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Wait, Lana, like Del Rey? Sorry guys, ASMR burp. Fortnite quote number 28. You can have a full friends list, but an empty lobby. I like that one, Chelsea. Did you make that one up yourself? Yeah, Nick, that's what I'm saying. Vocals and bass on expert, drums on easy. Oh, we got that last night. I actually like that one. I think that's a funny one. If that is that the one Nick was calling bad, I thought that one was pretty good. You know who your real friends are if they drop a shield for you. That's the one. That's the one. What is it? The Christmas song where it's like, if we give you a shield, like I don't know. It's like, last Christmas I dropped you a shield, and the very next chug you slurped it all down. I'll drop a shield and you'll drop one for me, or whatever it was. Yeah, that's what it was. I forgot how the beat went of that song, but the Christmas song was really cool in Fortnite. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I'll drop a shield and you'll drop one for me. Yay. Yay. Slide to the right. Um, I like Butterbarn when they hit the... Oh, the part of the song where they go, all I want for Christmas is a victory royale. Nick, that was you on Christmas. You were like, Cameron, please play with us. Please, 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 please play with us. And then I pulled up as Frieza and I went, You just want one puny victory royale for Christmas. And then Shenron pulled up and goes, Your wish has been granted. I like Butterbarn when they hit we got man cakes and pancakes. That one is good. You're watching from the metaverse, Ted? Really? Ted, don't you have something called a job where you, like, go to work and do your job? Or no, you don't do that anymore? Did you grow up out of that one? You're off today? Ted, you're off your rocker today. I know Ted puts that shit on like Link Star. Is that like SAO? Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's edging by an inquiry committee. It kicked me from the stream when I sent that? Yeah, you probably shouldn't send SAO in here. It will kick you. Want all the emotes. Shoulder swap. Wait, shoulder swap? Our love? Some flashing new contrast to fall from above. Fresh new outfits for all my pals. But what I really want is that victory royale. Hey squad, your health getting low. You keep getting knocked down, face down in the snow. No fear, may your storm be clear. May your loot glow bright and shine all year. That's peak. Someone needs to put those lyrics on like the Christmas Caramel Dancin'. Or to the beat of Christmas Caramel Dancin', I mean. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Christmas Caramel Dancin', yeah, exactly. You guys know the one. Wait, so no one's available? Where do we go now? Like, no one's here. This is like the opposite of Smash Brothers. No one is here. I mean, I've already found this, right? Well, Cameron found this the other day, right? Yeah, I remember when Cameron did that. I don't know... But what now? Maybe the blood on the floor here has something to do with it. It looks like some blood drip down here. I guess it's from a nosebleed. Oh, something new. I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me. Oh, the lead dude at the police station? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But also, maybe I need to investigate that. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me go to the police station. Oh, wait, no, I can't go inside, can I? Oh, no, I can. That man must be the chief of detectives. He's staring at the screen, so hard it might shatter. What? The Dark case may have been fabricated. That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone. Now there's a guy who cares about his work. Really? That shit might have been fabricated all along? Just imagine right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow, the thought fails to excite me. Can I use this wherever I want? No. They wouldn't give me the power to do that. What if I want to take fingerprints of things? Huh? Why won't they let me take fingerprints? I think I went everywhere already. And almost all of them were like, maybe we should come back here later. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together, once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my head. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Bro didn't ask Emma about her trauma? Listen, Nick, if Emma wanted to talk about her trauma, she should have put it in the venting channel. It's as simple as that. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was giving false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14, that's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crimes with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick, but there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning, you mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through my interview, and fled into my sister's office, or through the interview, and fled into my sister's office. Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her.
What?
This was already kind of spoiled for us because we talked to Marshall, and Marshall said that to us because I assume you're supposed to talk to her when you first got here and then go to see Marshall. So I already knew that because Marshall told us. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, so why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. Clearly, she doesn't own an air fryer. No, clearly, Gant, the chief of police, is in on this. I knew it. I told you guys. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damn and Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command, that means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us? Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office, shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all, her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's completely changed. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Indubitably. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did, and the decision about what to do, about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there, it's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Indubitably. Yo. I already see something. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ, that's real, isn't it? I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kinda busy lately. I can appreciate that. Had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? The vase is there. See the vase? That's what I saw, guys. The vase is in the picture. And let me guess. This picture was taken in this very room. That's why there's a purple background. But the broken vase... Oh, sorry, could you guys hear my phone? It's probably because I turned up my gain on my mic. Pick up the phone? No, it's not Goku. It's not Goku. It's not Goku. But what's it called? Normally my phone doesn't get picked up by my mic because the gain is low, and I have a filter and stuff on it, but I guess you guys heard that, because the gain's up. Yeah, and the prosecutor award has a sword on it, too. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are other matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. The dragon-type gym leader from Gen 5. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. I'll let you cook. I'll let you cook on that one. I'll let you cook. He does look a little bit like Drayden. I shouldn't have sent that message. My internet was wonky with it again. Yeah, you shouldn't have sent that message because I literally got to look at the picture for 1 second and you spoiled everything. I was too focused on the pot to look at the prosecutor's thing yet, and you already spoiled it. Good going. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Maybe Lana has a key. Oh, okay. She doesn't care. Interesting. No Edgeworth. There's no Edgeworth afoot. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew about the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay Dick? Yes sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth might just crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seemed genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? If he's Dick, where's Balls? He'll get that from Edgeworth later tonight. The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack, you mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left, the most incriminating evidence of all. Oh, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it has something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His power of recollection never fails to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, the knife's been locked away in the locker. On the day of Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. But what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. I ain't reading all that, shows knife. Yeah, exactly. Emma didn't want to read the notes and just wanted to get the answers. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, and he killed him too. Then, when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene, and he was killed as well. Finally turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all just conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. The last witness. AKA Emma. This knife, it was Joe Dark, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him use it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. If you're stabbed in the back, sure, you could get to the heart, maybe? And a lung, maybe? You were stabbed in the back, and it punctured your heart and your lung? I find that kind of hard to believe, but whatever. But maybe that's real. Broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Big knife? Yeah, but isn't it like 4 inches? I don't know. Is it 4 inches to your heart? I need to get like a tape measure and like measure my heart. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Yeah, the picture maybe. Let me share it. Oh. Oh. Trying to get in like, please, 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 please. Exactly. About that jar, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the uninformative detective I've ever met. The most uninformative detective. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Really? I thought, like, if I showed him one, maybe I show him the other. Okay, this is the same. Alright. Let me just see if anyone else is around. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to. Nothing I can do to erase the fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains that the same, no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it always come to, or why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. Odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff, and edging. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here, to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors Award. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes. The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was when the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from the ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction was written in 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Yo, welcome to the stream, Jave Man. I'm sorry, today's a very special day. It started out just like any other stream, but then someone redeemed that I do ASMR, and then someone also redeemed that Nintendo Boy come on stream, and hence why I'm here. Nintendo Boy in the flesh. You know? But welcome to the stream, Jave Man. How are you doing? Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize. Precisely so. Nintendo Boy what on stream? Yeah, you heard me. I came on stream. Are we still ASMRing? Yes, Miss Witch. It's an ASMR round, and it's only fair we go until we get to the trial. Yeah, that's right. Nintendo Boy was gaming on stream. Nintendo Boy caught gaming. What's the matter, Miss Witch? You had a problem with ASMR? Is that it? Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. Until the trial? 3-hour ASMR. Exactly. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why are you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Guys, hear me out. I think Chief Gant stabbed Neil Marshall with the halberd part of the trophy. He went, Beow. He stabbed Neil Marshall with the halberd piece, and that's what actually is lodged inside of Neil Marshall. Thoughts? Ultimate Shield FMA? Hector, is that a spoiler? Just had a Gigabrain idea for Baldur's Gate 3 build. Oh, that's the name of Greed's power. Oh, okay. You just had a Gigabrain idea for Baldur's Gate. Gotta grab those clothes that give me 20 strength and go Blade Warlock. Wait, Chef Man, where did we find clothes that give 20 strength? And why were you hiding this from me? He said it a million times. I don't know, Hector. Hector, usually when Greed's on screen, I'm too busy gaming to pay attention to what he's saying. I needed to show him... I already showed him the picture, right? Like how Bradley's power is Ultimate Eye, and Les is Ultimate Boobies. Oh, really? Indubitably. Okay. Edgeworth doesn't want to talk about it. Real mature, buddy, real mature. She makes my spear ultimate, really? Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Curious sort of head. Kinda like the first person who sucked on a cow's nipple to discover milk. Well, Miss Star. You know? I'd like to be the first to do something of that sort as well. Anyway, guys, I think we were hacked.
What?
Please. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up the case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred the very day the evidence of the case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instance Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Oh, wait. Never mind. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while others' items were kept secret. But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kind of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism, in particular, was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence, you mean? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana, all the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included, I was a fool really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from the shock. That's what makes it all more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right, having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he had controlled the chief prosecutor and he could control the prosecutor's office, that must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her to change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to have been a better chief than I've been, or a better chef than I've been. Oh, a poppy seed rice set. Thanks. Yeah, let me cook. She wants to let me cook. Oh, you're back. You're still here. I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency. My answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detectives change his mind. I showed him this already, right? I showed him everything, right? Unless maybe the shield. Oh, I thought maybe since we got new information. Oh, yeah, that's it. It's a dragon, huh? You had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. Anyway, it gets kinda gory after that. I'll spare you the details. So he did have something new to say about it, but that was not important. Was there something about the knife that was new? No, I don't think so. He was the one who told us the information about the knife, I think. Yeah. Okay. The Blue Badger, the future star of the police force. Let's see. Why does no one want to talk to me? Okay. You say so, if you say so. Maybe I can present something to, Oh yeah, I already did that, and she didn't want to, she did not want to talk about that. Oh, maybe she knows about the pot. No. She said I don't have anything else to tell you, but I don't know if she, like, means that, or if she means, like, just about what I'm showing her. I know, maybe she means that. Maybe she means it. I've noticed that the defense attorneys have a tendency to want to show people things. Oh. I thought that was, like, unique. I feel like I need to do something with Gumshoe, right? Oh, can I investigate this? But that feels like very big foreshadowing. They were like, couldn't this be the clue to break the case? I feel like that's like... That feels like very big foreshadowing. What if I show my badge? Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge, enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. What could I show him to let me into the office? What could I show him? The fingerprinting set, eh? Hey, that powder is usually used for detecting fingerprints. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us. He did what? All I have is some flour. Are you okay, detective? Quick, run! Achoo! If it's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. Why am I not comforted? Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Oh, I missed an examination, really. Oh, I forgot. They did mention this. I wonder what he's writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. I gotta show this to Gumshoe. For sure. Edgy is so dramatic, it's true. Edgeworth is so, he's so big. He's so big in the camera, he's like this. He's like blocking his entire frame, so I can't see what was behind him. I forgot that they mentioned that at the beginning when I first walked in. Oh, the guys out front? Yeah, Nick, I've talked to them a couple of times, and it's always like, they're always doing something stupid, and it's like, I forgot what it was. I think like last time they were doing an eye test or something, and they were like, they're good for each other or some shit. Let's see. Look, at the patrolman. He's saluting the other guy, he must be a detective. So I cuffed the lad, right? And you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Oh man, I hate it when that happens. I guess he wasn't saluting, he was just listening to how his friend messed up. They make a good pair. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it, I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective, thank you. Kaboom. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. And I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get the chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have to look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really don't want to get fired, do you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No sir, this is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think, nah, you wouldn't be, no. No, there's no way, never mind, don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on, not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to be start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. So, sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. Gumshoe is so real. That was a pretty awesome line. What do I think of him? There you go, ignoring me again. This is safe, isn't it? Safe. The word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date, don't you? I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. I'm fucking goated. 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 Hey guys, I'm fucking goated. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of mysterious executive officers who entered that room that day. You had the same reaction when you did that? Hector, you didn't do this. You suck at this game. You wouldn't have figured that out, and you know nothing. You mean 77777, that ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. You put one too many sevens at first? Hector, isn't there only a slot for 7 digits? How'd you put more? This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Okay, you just wanted to be silly? I thought you were trying to be like Gumshoe, but Gumshoe was a 7 short. Oh well, it was just a thought. Is that it? That was all that was in the safe? Apparently so, it's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them? Come on, there's gotta be some way we can show the detective. Do I have them? No, I don't. Oh, wait. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when 3 of us put it back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kinda early to be nostalgic. Wasn't the jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right, one of those shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't that ring any bells, you know? The fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe. Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see at that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of evidence of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Look here, it's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here, too. Looks like blood. This piece the Chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other piece are just spots. But this one's a line. That is odd. This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. What if it is upside down? What if this is the right side up? Indubitably. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier, he put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? You said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? That's right, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it, the Chief must be hiding something about the case. It would appear so. No, I can't read it? Lame. Oh, holy smokes. Oh, is this a picture Emma drew? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Oh no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I'd better not forget about this picture. That might be the picture Emma drew. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of the list. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it, I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. Yo, Emma Bays? You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you guys say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh, stained glass or not, it's a huge window. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is on the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. Just had a muddy puppy rubbed itself all over my legs at the dog park. That's rough, chef man, that's rough. Sorry to hear that. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So as long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. No wonder just said it just had a growth spurt and doesn't know how to walk anymore. This is Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. It looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No, Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? This was taken on that day 2 years ago, the day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with the Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Anyway guys, it's been a while, but let's bust out the old Sprayinator, holy schmoly. Right away, right away. Whoa, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be when Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. Just in case there's any blood splatter really high up on the ceiling. You never know. That's it? There's only one blood stain in here? I'm kind of surprised. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here? Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list was really only half the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. The back? I already looked at that. I guess I return this to Edgeworth. If he's there. Right, please. Oh. Okay. Oh wait, what did it say? Show him my best evidence I can get some reaction out of him. Is that not good evidence? It's literally an evidence list. Oops. Oh, okay, buddy, I thought he'd want to talk about something, but I guess not. I guess he's too edgy for that. I want to use this on that thing that Gumshoe has, but he wants me to connect it first. But I don't know how. I feel a lot better now that the jar is complete. But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe? More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. No, it's not your fingerprints we want to take. Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. And once they've been absorbed by the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be good for matching prints, but it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Let's try a different finger then. Didn't it say it didn't look like we'll get a clear result? Oh. This one's pretty good. Yeah, Hector, that was kind of fucked up. I don't know what the deal with that was. It's Emma's fingerprint? How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Oh, you finished the case? Wait, Hector, are you playing right now? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Did someone redeem Nintendo Boy? Oh, not only was Nintendo Boy redeemed, but so was ASMR. Oh, really, Hector? So you finished the game now? Nice. Well, was I of any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, you're able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gan. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. I was walking to my meeting. I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now, get out. Yes, sir. Jay Easy has a lot of those. So do I, Nick. He's got hella of them. That's true, he does. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you, the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet. I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed... You, with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it this whole time? Anyway, you listening to me, pal? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Emma's gonna end up dead, isn't she? I see, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you've convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? It's gotta be Gant, right? It's gotta be Gant. Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. If I respected him as a detective, assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant. Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof. Right here. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmise, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps should I say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Jolly cooperation. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. See, this is what I was saying, guys. He was killed at the police station, I think. But then, he was dumped into Edgeworth's car so he could get rid of it. That's what I was saying. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No, when I found the body, this is the knife. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then, she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have had a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe, right? Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die. He's decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seemed he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. What's a gluten-free round? No, that's girlfriend round. That's where my girlfriend comes on stream. It's pretty epic when that happens. I guess Cameron's girlfriend. But you know, we like to share around here. See what on stream? Listen guys, you heard me. Also, the ASMR round is over, finally. Oh, Elden Ring. I hope the microphone volume is good now. If the microphone's too quiet or something, let me know, because that's, Hold on, let me just turn this around. You love the ASMR? Oh god, please don't. Please don't redeem more. But yeah, the ASMR round's over, officially. I'm too broke? Okay, let's keep it that way. But, you know, I'm glad you enjoyed the ASMR, but also, yeah, that was, it feels like straining on my voice to whisper for that long. I'm so used to screaming at you people. Hector, the sound effect round cannot last for, like, longer than, like, I'm just gonna keep it real, Hector. This shit cannot last for longer than, like, 3 seconds. The shit will last for, like, I don't know. Until first objection or some shit. This is the defendant lobby. But I also have to narrate it, so guys, there's gonna be narration too. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if... something's been happening behind the scenes. Bling! Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. Hector, that's music. That's not sound effects, that's music, Hector. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. Yeah, 5 minutes is all we can spare. That's exactly what I was thinking. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth! Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Boom. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Bling! Chief Gant? Bling! Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my own work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? He's about to hit the stairs, isn't he? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Bling! Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. In the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! Objection! Objection! Oh wait, first objection, Hector, we're done. We're done. You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's pleas. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears for the time of the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. Why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Vegeta for the pit so hard? I agree. I think Vegeta's perfect for Edgeworth because he's the villain to lever. Right? Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Sky. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. I don't care, Chief Gant! Big Bang! I can't wait for Edgeworth to go, Chief Gant, you and this entire department are as good as space dogs! And then I'm gonna hit an objection, and he's gonna go, Gant, Lana, and yes, even you, Phoenix Wright. Farewell. And then blow up. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark Killings. Is this correct? Yes, I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave him a pass. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Wouldn't yesteryear only be last year? Like yesteryear would be last year, not like 2 years ago, right? Or am I crazy? It's bound to lead the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That's pretty succinct. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. If I start pressing her about this, is she gonna start crying?
Hold it!
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police Gant, my sister. She was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right, I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
Hold it!
A man. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during the Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture, yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna object to the picture. I just want to make sure this is it, right? Before I'm a goofy, I'm a fucker and I present the wrong thing. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for the case, I wasn't handed the picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Yo, she's like, oh, I hate remembering that day. And then she sees the picture and she puts her glasses on and she's like, yeah, that's the picture I drew. Isn't it pretty neat, right? Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list is torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half... then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing! Oh, hell nah. Oh, hell MFing nah. That's that thing. That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. Guess he was out of scrap paper. Anyway, banger alert. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Yeah, that was Edgeworth when he gets lasagna, but it's too hot for his mouth. Huh? Oh, yes, sir. Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. But I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Hold on. Hold on. There's something that's not quite adding up, boys. Did you draw the picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in our mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. Picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I like how Edgeworth was defending her there because Edgeworth is also traumatized. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out, or he may find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detective, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, there's something that's bothering you about this picture. Well, that's strange. She claims that this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. I mean... Can I view the picture? So, okay, there's a couple of things that were bothering me about the picture since we first got it. Oh, wait, I never looked at the full picture. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Blue Badger out the top ropes? But what I'm thinking is why is the Blue Badger there? Is that there shouldn't have been a Blue Badger in the room. Unless this happened somewhere else, right? Like, unless it happened in the Criminal Affairs Department. But also, Blue Badger is like a new creation, right? Or am I crazy? Like, the Blue Badger I thought was a more recent thing. It's pretty new. See, that's what I'm saying. And it's filled in, which means that it was a shadow. Because they were like, oh, I guess the detective was doing some drawing or whatever. But it's filled in. And it's dark, just like the, like everything else was colored in because of the shadows. Oh, wait a minute. You know what it is? Why is the knife not colored in? What's the deal with that? Oh wait, is that really it, Hector? Why was the knife not filled in? Because it was clear like this. Right? This is pretty shiny. I do think that the murder weapon is the spear from the trophy, but I could be tripping balls, I could be tripping testes. Because that wouldn't make sense for why it was not colored in. Objection. Blue Badger. No. Oh, I had to look at the picture again. Actually, what'd she say? You didn't even know it was him. That's the other problem, is that she couldn't see them clearly, which makes me feel like this was not the people she thought it was that were in here. Lightning was so bright, I was knocked to the floor. Jake had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. That's when the lightning flashed. Exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. I mean, I'm gonna object with the picture on that last one, because I feel like that's like what they want me to do. Unless the contradiction is that the knife is clear, because I am confused about that. But I wasn't sure if it was that I was supposed to be calling out. This is where the picture is, right? Yeah. Uh-oh. Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow. It clearly contradicts my thought. You don't sound very convinced, Mr. Wright. Objection overruled. Help! What the fuck, Your Honor? Oh my god. Wait, don't tell me Blue Badger looks like this thing. Holy MFN schmoly. This is what Blue Badger is based off of. Right here. Yeah, cereal. Cereal. Get your cereals out. This is Blue Badger. Maybe it's like this. So can I contradict with this? Or not yet? Or not yet? Not yet. So what's my problem with this? I mean, I have the problem where she can't see. I'm overthinking this one. Is it the knife? Like, do I contradict the knife because the knife should have been shiny? The only other thing I can think of is, like... the guy's holding a knife in his left hand. Right? But I can't present people, so I can't be like, oh, like, this guy's not left-handed or something. Now, let me double check. Maybe this says something in the autopsy. Oh, he was stabbed in the back. I don't know if that matters. The murder weapon? A broken tip was found in the victim's body. Oh, and there's blood on this because Blue Badger, he was there. The vase was there in the way, I think. He was stabbed in the back, right? That's the part I think is weird. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What, I guess the part where this is not his back? I don't know. I didn't think I'd get this far. Or is it that this isn't a knife? It also said he was stabbed in the chest, which, like, in the back. Like, I don't know. It doesn't look like he's lining it up, but, like, oh god, where do I point to? Like, do I point here, or do I point, like, here, because this guy's facing him? I'm gonna point at this, because, like, I don't know. I'm gonna point at the knife. Well, I don't know. It's like one or the other, I feel. I'm gonna point at the dude first.
Take that!
I think it's this part here. I don't see what's so strange about that. That's because this drawing stinks. Mr. Wright, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others. Yes, well, so long as the defendant has learned their lesson. Alright, so it's gotta be the knife then. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. It's gotta be the knife then. Right?
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Oh, because it's not sharp. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I thought it was just a bad drawing of a knife. That's the fucked up part. It's like, it's a bad drawing of a knife, bro. She's like 14. Like, come on. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking, Jave, man. I was like, it just looks like a ruler or some shit. Can you do better? Yes, Hector, I can draw a sharp object instead of a ruler. Yeah, I can do better. See, the murder weapon. Its tip is broken, too. Like, if it was supposed to be broken, she could have drawn the tip as, like rigid. You know, it could have been like, beep, 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 you know, like that. At least, at the very least, to show that it was broken, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell me, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, if she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that the broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No, Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gann. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. Because the person... Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Gant. Gant stabbed Neil. And that's what she saw. That's what she drew. She drew a picture of Gant stabbing Neil. And then Dark came in the room, and it was cool, I don't know. And they were chill. No, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. What if she was taken hostage by Dark? Oh, ooh, hear me out, double hear me out, double hear me out, triple hear me out, triple hear me out. Runs in the room, like she said, Dark was holding, Dark was holding her hostage. Neil runs in, and she saw right before Neil killed Dark. Oh wait, no, but Dark was like found, like he was like, Dark was like, what's it called? Like he was executed, unless that was a lie too, right? He got the death sentence, so unless that was a lie too, Dark must have been fine. But what if Gant ran in the room after Neil and thought Neil, because the power was out, he thought Neil was Dark, so he ran in the room and stabbed Neil in the back. Checkmate, atheist. Then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There's edge for his knife. It's not really broken, but it's a knife. No, it's the trophy. 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 I've been saying it's the trophy since day one. It's the trophy. There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some other information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. There's only one way. Here's the real murder weapon. Well, the trophy isn't the murder weapon, but I'd like to present the halberd part. So do I present the photo where it shows the halberd, or do I present this? Or is there something else? The screwdriver. I mean, that's not a knife, nor is it broken. Unless, I don't know, guys. Look in the bottom right of this picture. That looks oddly scary. Did I say bottom left? I meant bottom right. But I don't know. I think it has to be the halberd from the trophy. But like, do I present this or do I present the photo? I guess I present this, right? Because this is like active proof. But like, it also doesn't include the weapon, like the actual weapon itself. The actual weapon is here, in this photo. I think I'm gonna present this. Sometimes if it's nice, it doesn't matter, but I don't remember for sure. Gotcha. I'm gonna present this because I think I'm thinking maybe I'll present this and they'll be like, hey, here's like, okay, but like, where's the murder weapon, Mr. Wright? And then I'm gonna be like, oh, it's right here, and then I plant the blade, right? Maybe, possibly. The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past, right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be! Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's because then Gant ran in the room, saw someone raising a knife, and he stabbed him. He stabbed him in the back. That's true. What's going on here? Because at this point, after this moment, Emma passed out, right? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth, what is it? Can you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that. That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Could you please tell us what you've recalled in the sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is where the plot has to come into play, I think. This is certainly most unusual. Try, impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. Hana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. Gumshoe ran in. Gumshoe ran in and threw a prototype blue badge here. Next case is Emma suing the chief of detectives for copyright infringement. Fucking, it's like the picture. It's like of Eminem or whatever, but it's Gumshoe, and he goes, "Whoa, blue badger be upon thee." But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. This defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. I think I know, like, it's the blue badger is the vase, if I had to guess. Let me get another good look at it. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't, as it stands now. It's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Wait, I'm stupid. This doesn't look anything like the blue badger. It would be something like this, right? Am I crazy? It would be something like this, right? Or am I crazy? I don't know. I don't know. Oh god, I literally... Oh, you can... Oh, they actually let me, like, rotate it like this now, too. Okay, hold up. That's actually nice. Oh, wait a minute. What if I might be thinking about this wrong. Hold up. Watch this. Watch this. What if it was like this? What if this thing down here is a base? Or something. And it was laying like this? That would look more like the blue badger, in my opinion. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No! It can't be! Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed, very well then. Please tell us, what's different now that we know the witness saw the jar? Well, the murder weapon is, what? Maween? The murder weapon's Maween. What did I say the murder weapon was? Did we come to a conclusion? Yeah, it was the spear, right? The murderer... The location. It's the location. It had to take place in the office, right? But we already kind of knew that. We already kind of knew the location, but, like, now we know the location. Oh, no, because the jar is in front of the window, right? Let me double check that photo. The jar is in front of the window, which is interesting, right? Is that interesting? I don't really know. Right? Like, why would the jar have been in front of the window? I don't know, but that's... I don't know. It's the location, dumbass. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. Well, Phoenix Wright said it changed everything, so all are correct. It's on a shelf in the office of Dam and Gan. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. It's because Gant stabbed him. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. You know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out, so this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact that man made when he's knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Oh shit, the spear. The spear on the knight. Ah, the suit of armor. Holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife... Oh shit, Emma killed Neil. He would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're gonna have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify, unless Maya! This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Hold it! Your Honor, I call Maya Fey to the stand. Not the level 1, exactly. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. Oh, the drawing on the jar. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Yes. I can't believe they would say something as in, we can't have a testimony from the dead, while Maya's on her spirit training shit, and not bring in Maya. I'm just gonna be completely honest, I thought for sure Maya was gonna hit the hold it or something. I thought for sure we were gonna go, Maya, and then Maya was gonna hit her level 1. I've gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name. Yeah, they don't trust that after her mom. That's true. That is true, but like, I don't know. I'm surprised it wasn't like a, I'm surprised it wasn't a thing. Hear me out, guys. He drew a 7, right? He drew a 7, right? That's a 7 right there. Or maybe... Well, hold on. If it was on the floor like that, maybe they was drawing like this. Maybe they're writing this way. I'm trying to think of what letters or numbers or something this could be. It looks like an L, but like backwards. But like that wouldn't make sense, would it? What was he trying to write? He was like, meow, meow. Oh, maybe it was the other way around. Like maybe it was on this way. An M. Maybe? Hold on, I don't need to figure this out. I just need to present this. Like, I don't need to figure this out. I just need to present it. This message from the deceased is already in a possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. Take that. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he gonna just speak of the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten that this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of the jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in the blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once... Oh, I didn't even think of that. I'm kind of stupid for that one. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. Yes, but here is John Pork. Your Honor, yes. But here is John Pork. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message does the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. We've got to connect these dots. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances, his murderer's name. Your Honor, I'm not ready for this. No, it's Emma. It's totally Emma. You can literally see it's Emma. Am I crazy? Guys, I don't think it spells damn, and yeah. Yep, it's Emma. Yikes. It's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. How did it end up like this? Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn ya. Chief Gant! Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor on the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, order, order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued? What? What? Final trial. Yeah, but then we're gonna get like the final post-trial. Sheesh. It's peak, PD, okay. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And on top of it, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you, if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You'd at least study some real evidence law, really. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? He said, if you're planning to take him on. Or, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. I really hoping it's gonna be like evidence law for dummies. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there to do? Your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally it's the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see that there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor, I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Very well, Mr. Wright. What do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. The harsh actions in question. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Hold up. I think I gotta call Damon, right? I think. I'm gonna call Bruce Goodman. Thoughts? I'm gonna be like, Maya! I call you to the witness stand. I have to call him, right? I have to. Because I have to hear his testimony of what he was doing the day of the murder, right? But also, I think it'd be funny to call Bruce Goodman, but... Take that! Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation! Oh, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all this. Son, either you're very brave, or you're very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn ya. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Didn't the power outage happen after he escaped the room, or am I crazy? Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Indubitably. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about the power outage? Oh, the elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. Yeah, not cool again, what the fuck? So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter the circumstances. Is that really how it went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy. Always a smooth talker. Well, the stuff was in a safe, right? So, can I just present that? If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? And what's on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. I don't know, you tell me, son. Huh? My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law? Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, Udgy. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Yeah, sorry, I didn't nail you. Damn. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his reward, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. Well, hold on. I've been thinking this since we started. But I think this piece of cloth is, I'm assuming, from Neil's jacket. Maybe? Possibly? That's the only thing I was thinking that it could be related to, but maybe that's not it. Like, I've been thinking that the whole time, but like, I was like, okay, they don't seem to care about it, but now they care about it, you know? It's care time? Yeah, exactly. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Drake was also lying, collapsed on the floor. Yeah, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were the two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because the victim's body had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. Okay. Did I press this? So you're saying the forgery had... Yeah, okay. Can I just show him the book? Be like, dumbass, I don't give a shit. Oh, wait, this was also... Half of it was found in his desk. Can I present about that? Objection! You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Skye drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. Was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Huh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me, why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. Anyone else's Dick receiving due punishment tonight? Any gamers in the chat? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar's fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in any forgery. Or in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am Chief of the Police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? The day is, well, you know. Alright, Edgy, in return, though. I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Can I, though? What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not, after all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The Chief is talking about a possibility so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Righto. Think about it. But there is a reason. It's because, he wanted to become Chief of Police. But, like, I don't know how to prove that. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would be, of course, the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without the case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Gah. Be careful in pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. No, he wanted to control the prosecutor's office. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people, that's how I was raised. You seem to be lax on enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Yes, there was. He won, given his selfishness, Yes. Point out accomplice. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Lana.
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait, you must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Or which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
What?
Huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible! Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Oh, it's the ID card swiper. This right here.
Take that!
This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm the chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go wherever I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Met with Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Wasn't it the award ceremony? Or is there something else? Oh, no, it was his lost item report, right? Or, like, he didn't give that, though, did he? I think it has to be the item report, right? I know he didn't fill it out, but... Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed it to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. No, but the ID swiper, bro. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was the only one used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. and everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. Here it comes, the screwdriver. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this as evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. It's a screwdriver, bro. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. After you beat the series, will we get a smash or pass tier list? We'll see about that. I think it's obvious what happened. A body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation: to transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This is not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Ryder, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're gonna make it time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. I mean... do I? Is it this? Is it the cell phone? Because she did call Emma right after to tell her about that stuff. It's either that or the cloth, I feel, but does the cloth, like... I don't know. They're asking for proof of, like... you know, the murder, not, like... I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. Gotta keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Ooh, it better be good, right? Is it the puddle of blood in the room? Is it the puddle of blood that was found in here? I don't think it's a cell phone, because that doesn't prove that... Or actually, wait. Emma knew she was innocent because Lana told her on the cell phone, right? But, like, is that proof? Like, I don't know. Like, Lana called Emma and told her that she was innocent, right? Isn't that what happened? That was why... I don't know. I feel like that makes more sense than bringing up the puddle of blood now all of a sudden, right? Like, there's no way they're gonna be like, okay, now there's a puddle of blood, right? I feel like they would have brought that up about him entering the room with him, right? But it does say prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, like... Oh, no. I'm gonna present this. It might be wrong, though. Well, actually, fuck, I don't know. I mean, this doesn't say anything important, does it? It says, like, between 4 and, like, 5:30, which would line up with the ID room, but, like, once again, that doesn't really prove it. You know? I'm gonna do this, and maybe... I don't know, like, I don't know. Wait a minute. Is it the knife? Because Lana had to hide the knife. Right? So they wouldn't have been able to use this knife if it wasn't found by Bruce in the room. I'm gonna show the knife, because I think that makes sense, right? Because that was the whole reason that she hid the knife, was because it was proof that he was murdered somewhere else, pretty much, right? Unless I'm crazy. But I thought that was the whole reason, was the knife was... Yeah, so I'm gonna do this, I suppose.
Take that!
So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge, but I am the judge. What do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm gonna be late for lunch. I guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, just give me a little longer to consider. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Yeah. Any concrete proof? Unless I'm supposed to say I don't have proof, but I don't think that's ever been the answer. Does this have something to do with this? I don't think so. That my partner's judging me? Oh, you're too hard on yourself. You need to stop degrading yourself. Blowing up hospital is a bad move. Like, I'm not perfect. Yeah. It does happen. Worst case, it doesn't hurt to check if you're stuck. Yeah, but... Because, like, I feel like I don't have proof, but I feel like that's, like, the worst move ever. Is, like, saying I don't have proof. It does say, yeah, I did notice that, right? I did notice that. Here, I'm gonna present the cell phone. I think that's my next best bet. Okay, yeah. I'll let him be the judge. I have no proof yet. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. CG. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. What do you mean Lady Luck was on your side again? What do you mean by that, huh? Objection. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Boom. Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. It's gonna be Lana, right? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method is proof of testimony. Or of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness, who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? It's Lana. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth. But we can just stop. We can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls forth Bruce Goodman. Dick Gumshit. No. The defendant? Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. The court is now... Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there are any further objections, this court is now in recess. That's a little blackmail on the stand? Yeah, but he's just saying if she were to admit to those outrageous claims that are surely not true, that would never happen because it's not true, you know? He's just saying if that was to happen, even though that stuff wasn't true. Come on. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks for your help. Thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe? I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry about it. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Did he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Wait, hold up. This is the part where I call Maya to the stands. Was Maya added to the case file? Damn. I was gonna say we call Maya. She is like Bruce Goodman. Tell us who did it, and then Bruce Goodman tells us who did it. Chief Gant's done it again. How is he always getting the upper hand? Not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, this is a right not to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to consider. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So you heard everything that's been going on? Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think all this time my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she'd change. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That's why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into armor. I see. But we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there for when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. The third time going in. Yeah, final trial. It literally said on the save, it was like Trial Ladder 2. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Can I have a gumshoe for New Year's? I'll take care of him? Bro, you're not getting shit for New Year's. You get presents on Christmas, and that already passed, so... Listen, if you're lucky, you'll find a gumshoe to be your New Year's kiss. If you're lucky. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth for this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found the Prosecutor Marshal's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. You got nothing, though? Well, that means you were bad for Christmas. That means your ass got coal from Santa Claus. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Hold it. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. He must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And? Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. You say you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up lies with more lies. All just to protect me. When you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. And then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Hold up. Yeah, I'm still here, Max. Why did you move the body, or why did you plant it? Why did they move the body? I forgot. Yeah, why did you move the body? Because if you're not trying to protect Emma, then what's the deal? I don't know. Why do you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar, you mean... Yes, the wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. How? No, he couldn't have. It couldn't have been shattered because he wrote on the jar when it was still in pieces, right? Or am I crazy? When it was still together. The jar should have still been together, right? Because he wrote this while it was together. There's no way he did this shit while it was in shards. Objection. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. You have a problem with it, Mr. Wright. It's a simple oversight, really. You see, the message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Boom. Order, order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we are headed. Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message on the blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defensive's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces to ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I was just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in this situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you see? With the power out, it should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain in history on the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Still, she's not doing this the right way. One final possibility, really. Is there? Okay. Am I stupid? Can I mention that one of the fragments was missed? Can I mention that? I don't know. Because one of them wasn't safe, right? Can I bring that up?
Objection!
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe, but how? I knew it, she really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way anyone could have written a name on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking. For Dark. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the facts for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? His dentures were already in his mouth when he was searching. No, no. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened... In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. Sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Oh, she just bit her thumb so hard it was bleeding. That's disgusting. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright. Miss Skye, please testify once more. But evidence was fabricated behind your back. Then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor, sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. Yeah, welcome to the stream, G-Men. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. What with the mask? Well, listen. Shore Leapums is a channel run by two fellows. One of them is Cameron, and the other one is Nintendo Boy. Kaboom! And to say the least, if you check the channel point redemptions, and you scroll all the way down to the 100,000 mark, there is something right there. That's the evidence you're missing, G-Man. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. You didn't know of Nintendo Boy? Well, you better not make that mistake again. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be? That's the last handprint thing. Yeah, the cloth he found inside Chief Gant's safe. I knew it was part of his vest. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So as long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What now, you want me to make out as the bad guy? Make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be the risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of your noose tightening around your own neck. Ah, so what, you think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? Yeah, the evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. That's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I want to show it. You know why? You know why? You want to know why? Because who cut out that part of evidence and stored it away in their safe, huh? Who did that? Who cut out that little piece of the jacket, maybe implanted in a handprint or two, and then stuck it away in his locker? Who did that? Who did that, guys? Who did that? I'm showing the evidence. Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence. Alright, the time finally comes to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the Chief's. Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered. Bad end? No bad end. No bad end. You quiet down there. Bro, you think a little girl who's 14 ripped out the entire piece of the jacket with one grasp of it? No. No. Someone cut it out. Don't save at this part? Well, I didn't save yet. Alright, I saved before. It's a piece of leather cloth. Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Righto has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See? I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Skye to Neil Marshall's death. Now, it appears we have our killer. No. No! Everything hinged on that. In the end, Lana alone. Oh. Guys, concealing evidence is bad, though. Guys, I don't get why I lost. Concealing evidence is bad. I'm not a bad guy. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. Oh, you don't have evidence that's tied to the case. You're right. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? That's where you saved and you had to restart it all, Hector? Yeah. It does say cannot and not don't. Yeah, I did notice that, Nick. I did notice that. Or I noticed it the second time. The first time I did not really, notice it. It looks like part of it's been cut off for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? Isn't he not allowed to make a statement? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day, and then it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid. So you assisted Miss Skye. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant a knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead? Or sorry, I'm doing like Vegeta sort of. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar, too? Oh, ho, ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. I cannot show this evidence. It's too late to show evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints. Right, I think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one... Oh, now it's relevant, I guess? Weren't you waiting for that difference? Okay, so now I show it, right? Mr. Right, this is your only chance. I mean... Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out the piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out in the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. The handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean... It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. I mean, what am I gonna do, lie? Emma, Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma, but why? Why didn't you tell me? You're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still try to pin the murder on me. Though it's true, tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints they were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, my boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That's, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter, cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I forgot. Oh, is it the fingerprinting set? It's free. It's Shrimple, Your Honor? Is it? Oh. Oh, no, it's the evidence law. It's the evidence law, right? Or no? person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand? It happens when, you know... It happens, you know. I always slip on the floors at school after they're waxed. Wait, what? Whoever it was must have had a really oily hand. Really? So is the contradiction itself? She's saying BS right now? Really? Contradicts the cloth. I will set bricks. I mean, is it that he cut it with this knife or some shit? Can I save? I can't save. Attorney's badge. Oh! Oh, dude! This would have been... There would have been blood on it! And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is a picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make it out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it. Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the same time. No, that is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece on the victim's chest. Ironic, isn't it? Through this very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. Oh, that was close, Ryder. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Ajit? Earlier, old Raito here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, Raito, what's your excuse? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence that I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Oh, did you think you could actually best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. He said it like 5 seconds ago. Mr. Wright? Do you admit to it, that you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit, I refused to present at one point. Haha, so the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Uchi, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of law, then do so. Boom. Evidence law.
Take that!
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, the piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gan. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. No. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. But your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? Can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all this over to Marshall. Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me. But I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would only lead to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah, it looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. Well, what? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damengant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here. And Worthy, with these two around. You can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. Oh. I don't know what he said. The melodious sounds of something or another? There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damengant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant, helped me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky, and you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder, however, although the Chief blackmailed you, the fact is still, you acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. There's something amusing about all this. Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Examines myself. Okay. It was the judge's orders, after all. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. Woohoo! Yippee! They just have confetti in the court. Is that real? Do they have confetti in real court when you're found not guilty and shit? That is all. The court is adjourned. At long last, it's finally over. Yeah? Emma, why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And you too, Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. And even you, Mr. Edgeworth. Goodbye. Kaboom! Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. On top of it, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here again because of my sister? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Gumshoe has one joke? Yeah. Lana. Should you be doing this? He's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell you. I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through those past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course, you know, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back, and now you have. Oh, Emma. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find our way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching those two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Weird time of the year again? Wait, why, Chef Man? Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, it will happen again. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it, you and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down, once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. You want the gossip, though? I don't know, guys. I don't know if that should be put in the chat room. Judging by the time of year, I think I know who it is, guys. I don't know. Maybe you guys should talk about that over Discord. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. We're both the best of the best when it comes to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Evidence law? That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Mr. Wright. Oh no, it's the badge! I'm so stupid! I am so stupid, it's the badge! Right? Oh shit, bad ending. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth. If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Wait, did I miss, like, the bromance ending? Because... Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let whatever happened kill the Wait, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, Mr. Wright, but what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Did you save the day and do fraud? I didn't do fraud, but I saved the day a little bit. Did I miss it? What? It was supposed to be the evidence? Was it not supposed to be my attorney badge? This is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis, I will. It changes a few lines? Okay. Oh, the piece that we both had pieces of. Oh. I thought she was hinting at the... Yeah, I definitely would have gotten that. I definitely would have gotten that wrong too, because I thought they were hinting at a badge, because I wouldn't have been there if it wasn't for... Like, I wouldn't have been an attorney if, you know, all that and whatnot. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Yeah, between that and evidence, yeah, I don't know. My ass fumbled hard. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't just supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story, huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, haha. You see, Mr. Wright here's the one who would be footing the bill. Well, you know what? Gantz will lend us money, right? Gantz will lend us 50 bucks. Huh? What, you think I could go afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Thank you, Mr. Wright, you're the best. Why is it suddenly I feel I want to scream? Yeah, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. Damn. And that's that. Now the MCU credits scene. Is there an after credits? Wait, was I supposed to be reading that? I was not reading that. Oh, is Emelor? I thought I was a goner for a moment there in the end, though. Indubitably. Guys, this really was an Ace Attorney. They were not lying. This Attorney was Ace. Oh, he's got to take care of Billy now. Wait, why is, Oh, never mind. You can hit the fingerprints? Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, God. Fucking one last fucking ear destroyinator for the road. Anyway, guys, what do you think? Should we do more Ace Attorney, or should we play something else? Should we take a little Ace Attorney break? Get this playthrough at its peak? True. No, Blue Badger. Ace Attorney next year. Yeah, Ace Attorney next year. For sure. Well, tomorrow's Friday, guys. And I mean, there was a certain game I played on Christmas that was a little funky that we could play on Friday, perhaps. You know? Perhaps. But, you did play a bit of it? Yeah, Nick, what do you think? The right way lunch. Get in its ass? Wait, why? Nick sucks at rhythm games. Start the next if you want to do it at the start of a new week. Wait, what do you mean? You of all people are not allowed to say that? Bro, I smoke you in Fortnite Festival. Oh, is next week New Year? Oh, it is. It totally is. Well, no, Hector, I'm saying, well, you said, I'd say start it. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, Hector. But you said start it. I'd say start the next, which sounds like you would say start it next stream. Monday is the first? Yeah, but that's gonna be Mega Monday for sure. Right? Like, I don't know, Mega Monday. Nothing stops Mega Monday except for, like, Christmas. Oh, Maya. Mystic Maya. The charts and remixes suck, and the feedback on the notes is god-awful. The remixes are 50-50. The ones that are slower usually suck, and the ones that are faster I feel like are good. But also the charts, I think the charts are best on hard. Like, I feel like on medium or easy, the charts, like, I feel like they're missing beats that they should have, you know? I feel like in hard, they have, like, everything, you know what I mean? What's going on? What's going on with Edgeworth? Yeah, what's going on? That's what I'm saying, Hector. What's going on? I can't believe I'm going to Europe. You played most of them on hard? And I don't know. I do not know what to say then. Yes, sir. The slide shit is kind of gimmicky. Yeah, but it doesn't hurt you if you don't do it. I think it just adds to your combo if you do do it. I get it, do. Damn, okay. Well, this really has been an Ace Attorney. I don't know. I guess we'll, yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll... I don't know. Do we want to do more Ace Attorney? I guess Ace Attorney next year. Like, it could be real. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, though. I think tomorrow we'll probably do something. I don't know. We'll see.
Yes.
Yes. We'll see what we do tomorrow. Filler Arc Friday, as per usual. What's it called? And then, I don't know, we'll see what we start. Mega Monday will be on Monday, and then we'll see what we start on Tuesday. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. We'll have to see what happens. Maybe we'll start, whatever the second game is. Will it tell me the name, or will it, like, instantly put me in? Yeah, maybe we'll start Justice for All. Or maybe we'll start something else. I don't know. We'll have to see. But anyway, once again, thank you all for tuning in. Yeah, Nick, that's why I feel like doing a break in between would be cool. But also, I don't know. I mean, there's been a lot of people in the Ace Attorney streams, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Either way, we shall see. Anyway, that's gonna be the stream for today. So thank you all for tuning in. Tomorrow we'll probably do something random and weird. Then Monday will be Mega Monday X2, and then we'll see what we'll start after that. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in. I will see you guys on tomorrow. And thanks for watching, everyone. Bye, everyone. Bye. Thanks for watching.